Well, hello everybody and welcome to Vinyl Treasures. I'm your host, Johnny G. John Galindo, coming to you live each and every Saturday only here on YouTube. Want to welcome you to the December 9th, 2023 50s and early 60s edition of the Vinyl Treasure Show. Got some cool 45's out of my collection, lots of requests, a few add-ins that I did, some flip sides, some rarities that I've added into the program here. So welcome. We're here from 9 till midnight. We'll do a little bit of overtime here. I think I got about 59 records, I think it was. 59 records that Charlene helped me a lot today. Thank you, Charlene, for your help. As we kicked it off with an unusual instrumental, although maybe not that unusual because I collect the Rainbow record label, as many of you know. And we opened up with the Supersonics. The Supersonics on Eddie Heller's Rainbow record label. It was called New Guitar Boogie Shuffle. Now, this song, I guess we can call it an adaptation of another song that was done back in 1945, an instrumental by Arthur Smith. It was called Guitar Boogie, which I think I have like a later release on MGM Records, if I'm not mistaken. Now, the song has been interpreted and recorded by many artists through the years, and probably the most well-known is, and the biggest hit, of course, as done by Frank Virtuoso and the Virtues, a song called Guitar Boogie Shuffle. It was a hit for them back in 1958, I think first on Shure and then also on Hunt Records. But this one, kind of a takeoff of that original song by Arthur Smith, May 53, the Supersonics on Rainbow with New Guitar Boogie Shuffle. Enough of my babbling here. Let's open up with two up-tempo sounds as we open up this vocal portion with a flip side from last week, as listener Mnon requested this group from Hartford, Connecticut. They were called the Playboys, and he requested the ballad side called One Question. Listener Daryl Letts requested the Frantic Flip. Daryl Letts in our YouTube chat. It's on Monty Bruce's Tetra label. Let's go to December of 1956. We open up with the Playboys on the Tetra label. The song is called So Good.
Well, now every time I see you, you make me feel so good. Every time I see you, you make me feel so good. You make me feel just like you should. Well, now every time I see you, you look so fine. Oh yes, every time I see you, you feel so fine. Oh please, baby, say you'll be mine. Ready down now, well you rock my body, don't you know? I love you and I'll never let you go. Baby, so is well, I get squeezing over.
In December 1956, released there for the Playboys. The Playboys on the Tetra label. So Good is the name of the tune. Also, this record, it was funny because I have some Lost Night, not a lot of Lost Night reissues in my collection, but there's a couple. There was like, so I'm looking through, somebody had, and they were cheap. They were like $1 a piece. So I see this, like, well, like, what is this Versatones on Lost Night on the blue? I had it. It was Blue Lost Night, and it was this song, the A and B side of this song. So somehow Lost Night got involved with this record and put it out as the Versatones versus the Playboys. But anyway, let's continue here on a Saturday evening. 43 degrees here where Johnny G is broadcasting. Hopefully not too cold and not too hot where you are. But this is a request for listener Edmund Williams. I saw him in our chat room there, our YouTube chat room, as we head to Chicago, Illinois for this group on Vivian Carter's VJ record label. You know their biggest hit was a song called At My Front Door, as that was a 45 my Aunt Mary purchased back in the spring of 1955. But she also played the B-side of her 45s, and it does not feature Perkle Moses on the flip side. It features Lewis Bradley on lead on the flip side. Let's go to June of 1955. Send this one out to Edmund Williams. Here are the Eldorados. The Eldorados, yes, Big Dave, on a West Coast VJ. They look the best, and they play the best too, by the way, for you collectors. These are the Eldorados for Edmund. It's called What's Bugging You, Baby?
You, baby, how come you hum like you do? Why do you raise a storm and get your brew in a stew? What's bugging you, baby? You meet and quick on the bit. Don't make wind, the maybe don't miss when you ought to hit. Every time I flips a dime, you start blowing your top. It must be because there's your way all over the lot. Shoo! What's bugging you, baby? Make with the schools for the crew. Give out to your baby, baby, baby. What's bugging you? Time I flips a dime, you start blowing your top. It must be because there's your way all over the lot. Shoo! What's bugging you, baby? Make with the scoops for the crew. Give out to your baby, baby, baby. What's bugging you? What's bugging you?
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That one there by request for Edmund Williams in our YouTube chat room. That's the sound of the Eldorados. What's Bugging You, Baby, from June of 1955. That's on the VJ record label. That is the flip side to At My Front Door, their big hit, but that's with Lewis Bradley on lead for that one. If you're new to the program here, just tuning in to Johnny G, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Tell your friends about it. Also, click the bell to get all notifications. There's a drop down there. Get all notifications when Johnny G goes live. Then you'll know when you get the email, or you should get the email, if not immediately, maybe a little later, that you click it. It takes you to the website, and you'll see if the video's been blocked, because YouTube has been a pain lately, although the last few shows they let them go. But anyway, as you know, we count down the music chronologically here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Let's start it off here with one from December of 51. Actually, Bill Olb sent me a couple of Christmas requests that we'll be featuring throughout the remainder of the month. We'll talk about Bill Olb after this record. And it really wouldn't be Christmas without playing this song. And it is the legendary Five Keys, a group out of Newport News, Virginia. It's their third overall release on Eddie and Leo Mesner's Aladdin record label. I remember Spence would bring me the Aladdin 45's. I bought this from him, this Blue Aladdin. From December of 1951, we'll send it out to Bill Olb, the Five Keys, Rudy West and the Five Keys on the Aladdin label. Sound of the season. It's called It's Christmas Time.
Time and snow is on the ground, the leaves have fallen and are spreaded around. Our love was born, but now so very cold. We loved in our younger prime, and I love you when I'm old. I sat alone in our dream cottage, and snow is on the ground. I'm sitting all alone, and I'm wishing that someday you'll come around to love again, though you're far away. And when you come to me, please come back to stay. Ding dong, ding dong, Christmas time.
I'll send that one out to Bill Olb of Ramsey, New Jersey. There you go, the sound of the Five Keys. Rudy West and the Five Keys, December 1951. What a great Christmas song that is. It's Christmas Time is the name of the tune. That one there on the Aladdin record label. And speaking of Christmas music, be sure to tune in tomorrow. Tomorrow, that is December 10th, 2023, to the Rhythm and Blues Serenade. That show hosted by Frank Chingaro and Gordon Skagberg. That's WRHU 88.7 FM. It also streams at www.wrhu.org, as they will have a special guest, annual guest, around Christmas time for Bill Olb. Bill Olb and his 26th annual Collector's Christmas Show. That will be on the Rhythm and Blues Serenade. That is tomorrow from 3 p.m. Eastern Time to 5 p.m. I will mention it again later on in the program. And also the following week on the 17th, the Rhythm and Blues Serenade will have their annual Christmas. Frank and Gordon will be doing their annual Christmas special on that day from 3 to 5. That's WRHU 88.7 FM, www.wrhu.org. We will continue. I got some other Christmas records coming up. But anyway, let's continue here. And here's a rare 45. We move into 1952 now, as this is on Bess Berman's Apollo record label, and the only release for this group. Now, two members of this group previously sang with the Mystery Quartet, a group that I played. I played that 78. What it wasn't last week. It was the week before. Excuse me. The week before, I played the Mystery Quartet on the Essex label, and I got to thank Bob Bosco for sending me information about that group from Philadelphia, as two of those members went on to become members of this group called the Mellow Dots, MEL-O-Dots, and this is on kind of like a cherry or burgundy vinyl. I think I took my phone, I showed you that, so you saw that thing. It's not an easy record to find. I was thankful to find this many years ago on eBay. I did, and I got it at a good price too. This is from May of 1952. They're called the Mellow Dots. It's on the Apollo label, and it features Ricky Wells on lead. We'll send this one out to Bob Bosco. It's called One More Time, the Mellow Dots.
Come back, baby, try me one more time. Well, come back, baby, try me one more time. Give me back my love I used to call mine. Well, come back, baby, life's just misery. Well, come back, baby, life's just misery. Well, trouble and misery just won't let me be. Well, I prayed last night, the night before, prayed so hard, my knees got sore, cried like a baby, suffered too. Need your pretty baby, Lord knows the deal. Come back, baby, try me one more time. Well, come back, baby, try me one more time. Well, I've searched for love, no love could I find. What?
Try me one more time.
I'll always treat you right.
Come back, baby. Try me one more
Treat you
time.
right, day and night. True love nowadays are hard to find. Well, I prayed last night, the night before, prayed so hard, my knees got sore, cried like a baby, suffered too. Need your pretty baby, Lord knows the deal. Come back, baby, try me one more time. Well, come back, baby, try me one more time. Well, I've searched for love, no love could I find.
There you go. That's May 1952. The Mellow Dots will send it out to Bob Bosco. He actually, I think he told me that for Echoes of the Past, it was his second article ever. It was like 1992 or 1992, I think, that he wrote his second article. He interviewed some of the group members there, and he had photographs too. Those are the Mellow dots there. That is dark cherry red vinyl, we can call it. Ricky Wells on lead, May 52. One more time, that one on the Apollo record label. One more time, we go to a record out of 1952, and this is a request for listener Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. This group, they hail from Detroit, Michigan, had 10 releases on Sid Nathan's Federal record label as the Royals before they became the Midnighters. Now, Gordy requested their second, which I wish I had a better copy, because Greg upgraded his copy of this many, many years ago, and of course sold me his lesser copy. I remember he was here at the house, and he said, "Do you need this? This is a rare one by them. I mean, it could be a little better, but it doesn't play that bad." I says, "Okay." I says, "I'll take it," and I've never seen like another copy of it, to be honest with you. But anyway, it's a great tune. It features Charles Sutton on lead. This is from May of 1952. This is going out to Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. Let's give a listen to the Royals on the Federal label. It's called Starting From Tonight for Gordy.
Oh, cuddle close, my darling, and whisper in my ear, whisper sweet words, dear. You know I long to hear. Tell me that you love me and long to hold me tight. Say you'll be mine forever, starting from tonight. Oh, there's no tomorrow. Tomorrow never comes. Live today, pass the time away together. It will be fun. So cuddle close, my darling, and say I have the right to love you forever, starting from tonight. Oh, there's no tomorrow. Tomorrow never comes. You live for today and pass the time away, where together we'll have fun. So cuddle, cuddle close, my darling, and say I have the right to love you forever, starting from tonight.
That's going out to Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat. And I apologize For the scratches on that, maybe I could upgrade that one. We'll see. But those are the Royals there. Charles Sutton and the Royals, written by Alonzo Tucker, May 1952. That's on Sid Nathan's Federal record label, Starting From Tonight. Well, Johnny G plays original vinyl starting from tonight. We started at 9 p.m. We'll be here till 12, and then OT. We'll join Oldies and More Radio. So let's move into 1953 now with a flip side from last week. Featured a request for listener Emnon, also for Big Dave Swinger, this great group out of Harlem, New York. They were called The Diamonds, not the Diamonds from Canada, the Diamonds from Harlem, recorded for the Atlantic record label. I featured their second of three. Amnon and Big Dave requested Two Loves Have I, but Big Dave also requested the flip side of the 45. Great two-sided 45. It features Harold Sonny Wright on lead. Let's go to August of 1953. We'll send this one out to Big Dave Swinger in our YouTube chat room. These are the Diamonds on Atlantic. It's called I'll Live Again.
I'll live again. I'll never cry, even though we've said goodbye. I've been a fool, but I'll come through. I'll live again. My thoughts were yours, you were divine. I thought the stars would always shine, but you are gone and I'm alone. I'll live again. I'm so blue and broken hearted, don't know what to do. I can't help my worrying, 'cause my only dream is you. If you come back, I'll always try. Your tender love made my heart sigh. I don't have you, what can I do? I'll live again. I don't have you, what can I do? I live again. I live again.
August 1953 release there for the Diamonds on Atlantic. That's by request for Big Dave Swinger, I'll Live Again, the flip side of Two Loves Have I, with Harold Sonny Wright on lead. The great sound of the Diamonds. We stay in 1953 with this request for a UK listener, actually, Indrajit Advani. I think he told me he was in India. He was in India. He was going to be there till mid-month, I think. And he wants to send this one out to listener Record Hound in our YouTube chat room. That would be Mr. Darren in our YouTube chat room. Darren in Connecticut, as this group goes way back to the 1940s, first known as the Five Redcaps, with some group changes throughout their career. They lasted until 1966, believe it or not, but this time, let's go to January of 1953. At the time, they were using Steve Gibson and his original Red Caps, and this is the bass lead on this. This lead on this is Romaine Brown, and I think at the end, you'll hear Demita Joe, because she was also a member of the group. She eventually married Steve Gibson. I forget the year. Maybe it was around 1953 or 54. But she comes in at the end. And actually, she does lead on the flip side, which is pretty nice. But anyway, this is from January 53. By request for Indrajit Advani, sending it out to Darren in our YouTube chat room. Steve Gibson and his original Red Caps on RCA Records. It's called Big Game Hunter.
I'm a big game hunter, got a big game hunter's gun. I'm a big game hunter, got a big game hunter's gun. When I hit the jungles, all the animals better run. I'm quick on the trigger and I've got a deadly aim. I'm quick on the trigger and I've got a deadly aim. Don't need nobody to help me find my game. Well, I can shoot from the hip, can shoot from the knee, shoot from the ground and shoot from the tree. I'm a big game hunter, got a big game hunter's gun. Well, when I hit the jungles, all your animals better run. I'm a big game hunter, got a big game hunter's gun. I'm a big game hunter, got a big game hunter's gun. Well, when I hit the jungles, all the animals better run. I can empty my gun on a vicious cat, do my reloading and nothing flat. I'm a big game hunter, got a big game hunter's gun. Well, when I hit the jungles, all the animals better run. Well, I went out hunting on a Saturday night, shot everything I could find in sight. I shot to the right, I shot to the left, shot so much I nearly killed myself. I'm a big game hunter, got a big game hunter's gun. Well, when I hit the jungles, all the animals better run. Yeah, run.
I think you're just about the nicest big old game hunt I ever did see.
Big game hunter, got a
Say,
big
do you think
game
there's
hunter's
any chance
gun.
of you
Yeah.
hunting in my part of the jungle?
Big game hunter, got a big game hunter's gun. Yeah,
Great big old game hunter.
yeah. It's a big game hunter.
As Steve Gibson and his original Red Caps there from January 1953 on the RCA record label. Big Game Hunter is the name of the tune. That bass lead there, Romaine Brown on lead. You heard Demita Joe there coming in at the end. I think she did also a scream in the middle. But there you go. By request for Indrajit Advani, going out to Darren in our YouTube chat room. Let's stay in 53. This is actually the last one. Record out of 53. As we go back to Detroit, this is a request for listener Butch Ford. I remember when Greg sold me this record a long time ago. He actually sold me a few of this group's records, or I should say records by this group. They first recorded as the Musketeers, or they recorded as the Musketeers on the Roxy label, also Swing Times Records, and also as the Royals on Venus, but later they would be known as the Royal Jokers. But prior to the Royal Jokers, they were known as the Serenaders. They had releases on Coral, on JVB, on Swing Time, and on Sid Nathan's Deluxe record label. That's the one I'm featuring. And this features Theron. Is it pronounced Theron Hill? Theron Hill? Did I pronounce it right? Where's George? George Tompkins would always correct me. But Theron Hill is on lead, and this is a request for listener Butch Ford in Hawaii, November 53, the Serenaders on Deluxe. It's called Please, Please Forgive Me, for Butch.
I tried to apologize for the way I acted last night, 'cause I know what I did wasn't right. Please, please forgive me. Had so many fights over things like what happened last night, and I pray that we won't fight this time. Yes, I am yours and you're mine. Well, I love you so much. You care like this, so why can't we make up with one little kiss? Well, you love me and I love you, so don't let us part. I tried to apologize for the way I acted last night. Now I know what I did wasn't right. Yes, I am yours and
Going out to Butch Ford in our YouTube chat room. That's the sound of the Serenaders. Serenaders on Deluxe Records from November 1953. Please, Please Forgive Me is the name of the tune. I really rarely see this record, really. It's not that easy to find. So really, it's a very rare record. Of course, they would later record as the Royal Jokers. They have some very cool jumps on the Atco label, in addition to releases on High Q, Fortune, Metro, Keldon, and I think other labels too during their career. But anyway, that's going out to Butch. Let's continue here. We move into 1954. Here's a flip side from last week. I played a request for listener Bill Schmaltz I forgot, Bill, where you were from. My mother told me. By the way, my mother's taking notes. She's my biggest fan. She writes down, Johnny, I saw these new people in your chat room. Who is this person? And who? I said, Ma, I don't know these people that come into the chat room. So let's back it up. I do know a lot of the people that come into the chat room, but the new people, I don't know if they don't identify themselves. But Bill definitely identified himself, and I think you said where you were from because my mother told me, but I forgot. But he requested the Sound of the Flares, their 5th of 7 on the Flare label, called This Is the Night for Love, and Daniel Kubacki requested the flip side of this. Did Daryl request this too, Charlene? I thought Daryl might have requested it, but maybe not. But it features Cornell Gunther on lead. No, actually, this side written, wait a minute, Richard Berry supposedly, Charlene says, is on this side. So she says Richard Berry's doing lead on the flip side here from July 1954, going out to Daniel Kubacki, The Sound of the Flares on the Flare label. It's called Let's Make with Some Love, The Flares.
Let's make with some love, pretty mama. Oh, let's make with some love, pretty baby. Well, remember when you used to love me, thrill me. Don't you know it really chill me? Ooh-wee, how it would feel me. Don't you know it would almost kill me? Ooh-wee. Love me, mama. Ooh-wee. Love me, baby. Real fine young girl, she used to hold me all day long and love me all night long. Love me, baby. Ooh-wee. Love me, mama. Oh, love me, baby. Ooh, love me. Just love me, sugar. Oh, just love me, baby. All night long. Your real good loving just can't be wrong. Make me feel so good. Really thrills my soul. Ooh, just love me. Let's make with some love for the day.
There you go. That's going out to Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room, July 54. The Sound of the Flares. Richard Berry on lead this time. It's on the Bahari Brothers Flare record label. Let's make with some love is the name of the tune. There you go. The flip side, This Is the Night for Love, as requested by Bill Schmaltz, and Bill Schmaltz is from Brookville, Florida. Thank you for that, Bill. And Bill also used to buy 45's in Times Square Records too. Many of the listeners in the chat room have been to Times Square Records. I have not. I was much too young. In 61? I was only 3 years old, so I didn't really have a chance to get there. I would have loved to have been there. I would have run out of money. That is for sure. Johnny G here on a Saturday Saturday evening. Hope you're digging on the tunes. If you do, please give me a thumbs up. If you dig what Johnny G is doing, tell your friends about it too. This is what I say is got to promote the record collecting hobby. I mean, it's one thing to go and play MP3s, and I don't want to really, poo-poo that by any means, but it's another thing to see the actual records and to actually collect them, to collect something that is tangible. That's really the difference, and sometimes it's very difficult to find a lot of these records, even all these years later. And sometimes when you get the chance where you can find some of these things, you really have to jump at it, because sometimes you'll never ever see them again. And that's what I say. And I used to be very thrifty in buying through the years, because I always thought that they would turn up, but I've been doing this since I was in high school. It's been many years. I'm 65, so if I didn't see a lot of these records in all those years, it's going to be much difficult to catch them in the future. So anyway, not to babble on here, but let's continue here. Let's go to, here's a request for Australian listener Liam Walden. He is in our YouTube chat room. What are you under, L Gear or something? He uses different aliases, so therefore my mother keeps on writing them down, but I have to say that Thrasher I think he's under tonight. But that is Liam in Australia, and he requested this group, the debut single for this group on Bobby Robinson's Red Robin record label. The group, though, is out of Washington, D.C., and this is the B-side to their debut single, and it is a tune written by the lead singer. His name is John Berry. Let's go to November of 1954 for the Rainbows on Red Robin. This is for Liam. It's called Evening.
Oh, my
As by request for Liam in our YouTube chat room, he's tuned in all the way across the world in Australia there. That's the sound of the Rainbows. That is Rainbows from November 1954, their debut single on Red Robin Records. John Berry on lead, song entitled Evening. As Big Dave Swinger mentions that the 78s are a different version, not only on that song, but other songs by other groups also. I don't know what they were doing with that. That's kind of weird. Don't you think that you're going to... I mean, I always thought that there were only a few like that. Like I know the Cordels, one of the sides by the Cordels is a different cut. That's why I'm looking for that 78. But anyway, but that often happens on a lot of the records. Johnny G here on a Saturday. Let's continue here. And by the way, I found my first copy of this. It was trashed. The label was messed up, but it was only a quarter. I found it up at the... I went up to Stormville, New York. They had they would have a flea market up there at the airport on all the 3-day weekends. And then it kind of like lessened up, where I should say the findings kind of became scarce. And but in the beginning, when I was driving in high school, I would drive up there on a Saturday. I used to find some great records, and on the cheap too, which is always fun to do when you're a collector. Let's continue here. How about the gospel record of the week? And not that I bought a lot of gospel, and really the only person that was selling me gospel records was Greg Surik. So he would say to me, I know you don't buy a lot of gospel, but I know you run some of the labels, but some of them are really good. And I said, well, if you get them and they sound good, that you think I might like, then you'll offer them to me. And he did. And this was one he offered me. This group, they formed back in 1946 out of Los Angeles, California, but they recorded for Capitol Records, and two of the members were Isaiah Robertson. What does it say? This is not two of the members. Charlene, I see. This is their second on Capitol. Now the members were, I don't know. Are these the members from '54? Isaiah Robertson, James Knight, Leroy Fortunat, Sam Campbell, and the lead singer on this, Chris Tyler. This is from 1954, and I remember Greg said to me, Johnny, I have this record by the Ever Ready Singers. It's pretty good. Both sides are excellent. And I bought it from him. These are the Ever Ready Singers. This is our gospel record of the week on the Capitol label. It's called This Heart of Mine, the gospel record of the week.
Well, this heart of mine,
This heart of mine,
this heart of mine,
this heart of
well,
mine,
Jesus
Jesus
changed,
changed.
heart of
This heart of
mine,
mine,
well, I
can
yes,
talk
Lord,
right. I can
oh,
talk
it
right.
changed,
This heart of mine,
this heart of mine,
this heart of
well,
mine,
this heart of mine,
this heart of mine,
this heart of mine,
this heart of
well,
mine,
Jesus changed, heart of mine, well, I can, oh, Lord, I can, oh, it changed,
this heart of mine,
this heart of mine,
this heart of mine,
well, hurried voice, Jesus sing, come on, me and rest, yes, down, where everyone lie down, head to fun, yeah, this heart of mine,
this heart of mine,
heart of mine, well, Jesus changed, heart of mine, well, Lord, yes, I can, oh, it changed, this heart of mine, well, went in the valley one day to pray, soul started shouting, stay all day, hands glued to that gospel plow, and it wouldn't take nothing, well, this heart of mine, well, Jesus changed, heart of mine, well, Lord, I can talk right, this heart of mine, yeah, this heart of mine, this heart of mine, this heart of mine, well, Jesus changed, heart of mine, well, Lord, yes, I can, oh, it changed, this heart of mine.
There you go, 1954. That is our gospel record of the week. That's the Ever Ready Singers. Ever Ready. And the flip is good, too, by the way. It's on the Capitol, and it's a ballad on the flip side. Those are the... That's on the Capitol label. Chip Taylor, not Chip Taylor. Chip Taylor was a tight end for the Cincinnati Bengals, believe it or not. That is, This Heart of Mine is the name of the tune. The Ever Ready Singers, our gospel record of the week. Bill Olb, if you have any information on that, please let me know. By the way, Bill Olb did a fantastic gospel special here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. He will be back. He will be back next year in the first quarter sometime, probably sometime in March, probably to do another one. So stay tuned for that. It was a smashing success. As we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, and speaking of Bill, let's send this one out to listener Bill Olb. It's the only release for this group on a label out of Richmond, Virginia called Tip Top, not to be confused with the Tip Top label out of New York City. Now, this song was written by the lead singer of the group. His name is Marvin Williams, and the group is called Marvin and the Chirps. Let's go to November of 1955. It's a sound of the season on the Tip Top label. We'll send it out to listener Bill Olb. It's I'll Miss You This Christmas.
Soon will be Christmas, darling, although you're so far away. The present that I'm sending is filled with my true love. I'll miss you most on Christmas Day. The snow has begun to fall, but you're not here with me at home. I know that all our friends, dear, will miss you as I will. They'll be kissing by the mistletoe. My heart and soul's on fire, for you're my one desire. It won't be Christmas, you know. The snow has begun to fall, but you're not here with me at home.
Send that one out to listener Bill Olb. That's Marvin and the Chirps. That's with Marvin Williams on lead. November 1955 release on the Tip Top label. Tip Top Records out of Richmond, Virginia. It's called I'll Miss You This Christmas. I remember when I bought that. It wasn't a lot of money. I got it from Bill Humbertson, I think that was his name, from Cumberland, Maryland, used to send me he was collecting everything on the Billboard Hot 100. He only needed a few, and I don't know what happened to what happened to him. But kind of lost contact there because I used to buy a lot of records from him. Not so much group harmony records, but I did get some. I got that Charles My Darling until I have 2 copies of that too, by the way. But I did get some group records. That was one of them, that Christmas record. And we're going to send it out to Bill Obe. And speaking of Bill Obe, make sure you tune in tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 to 5 p.m. on the Rhythm and Blues Serenade. That is on WRHU 88.7 FM. And if you can't get it on your radio, you can go to the website, www.wrhu.org, as they will be hosting, Frank and Gordon will be hosting a special guest collector and doing his annual Christmas show. That is Bill Obe doing his annual Christmas show tomorrow, Rhythm and Blues, on the Rhythm and Blues Serenade on Sunday, December 10th, from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. So tune in tomorrow. We will say it again. I got other things coming up later in the program as we continue here. Now, the interesting thing is I receive some requests. If you send me your requests in the afternoon on a Saturday, I cannot get to them because I have to find them. I have to pull up the research for them. I have to put it in the program. I have to put it in the year. And when I start working on the show, I cannot do that. So that's why I can't take instant rest. So Wednesday night, I had a new listener in the chat room Wednesday night. I forget his name. He came in as Dreamstar. And he subscribed to the channel, and he just found out about it. So he was asking me to play Beatle records. And I said, do you, a Beatle or Elvis? I think Beatles. And I said, do you want me to get thrown off YouTube? Because if I play any Beatle, I can't even play Buddy Holly records. I can't do it. They'll throw me off of YouTube. Again, those are the rules, unfortunately. Maybe if I said, look, can I pay you $50 to play Buddy Holly? Maybe they would do it. But I'm not going to do that. But he requested this next record. I said, well, I could play that for you on Saturday night. So I don't know if Dreamstar is listening, or he'll listen on the archive, because he thought it was really cool that I was giving stories about these records. Not all the records, but information and stories and collecting. So he really liked it, and actually a lot of you like it, so I really appreciate that. But new listener Dreamstar, he wanted to hear this record by this group from Harlem, New York, and it's their 5th. I think they had about 23 records in all. Maybe that's all the different names that they went under on Jerry Blaine's Josie label. And this was the group's biggest hit, written by Esther Navarro, who was also the manager of the group. And this charted number 17, so this actually qualifies for a hit. I rarely play hits here on the program, but number 17 on Billboard, number 3 on the Billboard R&B chart, and number 1 on KOCY in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. It features Earl Carroll. He wasn't yet Earl Speedo Carroll yet. He was just known as Earl Carroll. And this is from October 55, going out to listener Dreamstar. The Cadillacs on Josie, and their tune called Speedo. Whoops, wrong one.
Boom, 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 boom.
Now they often call me Speedo, but my real name is Mister. Now they often call me Speedo, but my real name is Mister. No, for me to brand new fellas and taking other folks' girl. Well, now they often call me Speedo, cause I don't believe in wasting time. Now they often call me Speedo, cause I don't believe in wasting time. Well, I'm known for pretty women, and that caused them to change their mind. Well, now some may call me Joe, some may call me Mo. Yes, man, my Speedo, he don't never take it slow. Well, now they often call me Speedo, but my real name is Mister. Now they often call me Speedo, but my real name is Mister. me Mo, some may call me Joe. Yes, man, my Speedo, he don't never take it slow. Well, now they all call me Speedo, but my real name is Mister. Well, now they all call me Speedo, but my real name is Mister. And now they gonna call me Speedo till they call off making pretty girls.
So there you go. That's going out to listener Dreamstar, October 55, The Sound of the Cadillacs. Earl Carroll, after this release, I think he was known as Earl Speedo Carroll. He kind of changed his name a little bit, but that's the Cadillacs, a classic, we can call it, on the Josie label with Speedo. The flip side is excellent, too, by the way. I play that more. I don't know if I've ever played that record here on the program, unless it was maybe in a countdown, which I had a big turnout on that Thursday night Relic countdown there. Some real records that, and lots of comments from people of records that they've never heard before. But anyway, we'll be continuing that this coming Thursday. Let's continue here. We are in 1956, and I pulled this out for Frank Cassie because he mentioned this group in the chat room last week when I played that Arthur Lake, and it is going to relate to the Arthur Lake song. So this group is out of Roselle, New Jersey. It's their only release on Joe Leibowitz's Premium Records out of Linden, New Jersey. And the lead singer on this, her name is Marion Saunders. And Spence sold my duplicate of this. I did have a duplicate that he sold. I forget to who. But it's from August of 56. We'll send it out to Frank Cassie. The Escorts on the Premium label. The song is called Sorry.
Sorry, sorry, I'm sorry. We had to part. I made you cry. Then broke your heart. Please tell me what a fool can do to prove my love is all for you. Things might have been different
If I had seen your point of view, well,
I made you love me.
then when I'll do a fool of you.
Yes, I'm sorry. I got you, babe. Forgive me, my darling. Please, please love me again. Please love me again.
Those are the Escorts there. That's going out to Frank Cassie. We'll also send it out to Bob Hannes in our YouTube chat room. I like that record too, Bob. I really do. First time that I heard it, I had a polished copy that I ended up getting decent money for. I sold it, and then I was able to get a nice clean copy there. That's the sound of the Escorts there. Going out to Frank Cassie from August 55 on the Premium label. Song entitled Sorry. That's Marion Saunders on lead, and I think they are backing up this next artist. It's a flip side from last week. Actually, a request for Jimmy Amato. Timothy requested Arthur Lake last week, also recorded for Joe Leibowitz's premium label. The song was called The Good Earth. Now, supposedly the Wheels were backing him up on that side. But this side, I think the Escorts are, because the numbers are right after each other. This is, and I mean, that doesn't really need to be the case, but, you know, maybe the Matrix numbers. The Sorry by the Escorts is 407, and the Arthur Lake is 406, so it's very possible that they were in the studio and going to record right after Arthur Lake. That is a possibility, but I think I hear her voice on this. That's why I say that. So we'll send this one out to listener Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat room. This is from July 1956, Arthur Lake and Group. I think it's the Escorts. It's on the premium record label. It's called May I Count on You. This is for Jimmy Amato.
May I count on you to be faithful? May I count on you to be true? Though I know there were others before me who could not reach your heart, just your mind. When you tell me you love me, I wonder if you mean what you're saying this time. You can count on me, 'cause I love you. Darling, can't you see how much I care? May I count on you to be my one and only, or is this just another affair?
You can count on me, 'cause I love you.
Oh, darling, can't you see how much I care? May I count on you to be my one and only, or is this just another affair?
As going out to Jimmy Amato. Jimmy, that sounds like Marion Saunders in there. So I think it's the Escorts. I don't think it's the Wheels. I think it's the Escorts there. Maybe the Wheels on the flip side. But I think there's a woman in that voice there, and I think that's her. Anyway, that's my opinion, by the way, and you could agree, disagree, or agree with me, but that's going out to Jimmy Amato, Arthur Lake, July 1956, on the premium label out of Linden, New Jersey. May I Count on You? Another record, of course, supplied to me by Greg Surik. He sold me that one too. I didn't know anything about that record. He, of course, offered it to me, and I took it. Let's continue here in 1956, and here is a request for listener Ronnie Sherman, who also requested this to Big Dave Swinger, requested this group. out of North Philadelphia, and the lead singer of this group previously sang with the Dreamers on Grand, then formed his own group called the Quadrils, and they had this one release on Bobby Robinson's Whirling disc record label, written by the lead singer James Oscar Williams, and this, again, going out to listener Ronnie Sherman and Big Dave Swinger, December 56. The Quadrils on the Whirling disc record label. It's called Come to Me.
Come to me when I'm in slumber, when stars above are dreaming under blanket blue. Then I'll be dreaming of you. What care I for all the dreams, dear, when all I crave is to have you near my heart. So come to me. We'll take a walk in the garden of paradise. Then we'll stop and talk in the land of dreams. Come to me in all our splendor. Come to me, and I'll surrender to all your charm, and I'll be waiting with open arms for you, dear. So, baby doll, please come to me. Dub, 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 come to me.
December 1956 release there for the Quadrils. That's going out to listener Ronnie Sherman and also Big Dave Swinger. That's on Bobby Robinson's Whirling Disc Records out of New York City. Come to Me. That is with James Oscar Williams on lead. Of course, he would, after he left this group, he would join the Universals on the Mark X label. As there you go. I got to check to see if it's, you said, I don't know. I have some of my Whirling discs are, no, I can't see through this one. Doesn't look like. I have another copy of this. I'll have to check the other one there. But anyway, Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. Hope you're digging on the tunes here. If you're new to the program, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Also click the bell for notifications. Give me a thumbs up if you like what I'm doing. And if you want to get in touch with me, the request hotline. Request hotline is vinyltreasures@AOL.com. I can't get them on a Friday. I can get them on a Friday. I can swing it. Charlene is going to yell at me, but I can swing it on a Friday. Saturday, you're pushing it. You got to get me way in the morning to do it because I'm focusing on the show. Today, I was way behind, but Charlene helped me quite a lot. Actually, Charlene helped me a lot today, as I had to. My father wanted to put the Christmas light, and I'm like, Dad, do we have to do it today? He says, well, it's going to rain tomorrow. You can't put them out tomorrow. So I said, all right. So we had to find them, and we put them up, and they look nice. So what could I say? Anyway, let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. As we go back out to California, this is a request for listener Edmund Williams, who is working. He has a shift tonight, but he will tune in on the archive. Maybe when he gets a break, he'll come into the chat. As sometimes, when you come in later, if you leave it on your phone, people sometimes are behind. So you have to click refresh, because sometimes, and it happened, I think what was it, Joe Shacatano, it happened last week, right? That people are talking about a record that currently is not playing. So sometimes it can be confusing. And I'm a few seconds, well, more than a few seconds ahead of all of you. So that's how that goes. But this record mogul, Johnny Otis, discovered this next singer while running talent shows out in Los Angeles, California, and he signed her to his Dig label and arranged to have the Premiers, already signed to the label, back her up. And Edmund requested the A-side of this 45, and it was, I think, the biggest seller on Johnny Otis's Dig label. Actually, the song was not this side. I think it was called Blue Mood was the song that I think was the big seller. But I'm playing the B-side of that, as this is from June of 1956. We'll send it out to listener Edmund Williams. This is Julie Stevens and the Premiers on Johnny Otis's Dig record label. The song is called Crazy Bells.
I never let him go. When I see him, I begin to yell, 'cause I hear those bells, those crazy bells. He's my ding-dong daddy. He's my everything. Yes, I love him madly, 'cause he makes those crazy bells ring. He thrills me so, I'll never let him go. When I see him, I begin to yell, 'cause I hear those bells, those crazy bells.
I hear those bells, those crazy bells. I hear those bells, those crazy bells. I hear those bells, those crazy bells.
I hear those bells, those crazy bells. I love him madly, 'cause he makes those crazy bells ring. He thrills me so, I'll never let him go. When I see him, I begin to yell, 'cause I hear those bells, those crazy bells.
I hear those bells, those crazy bells. I hear those bells, those crazy bells. I hear those bells, those crazy bells.
I hear those bells, those crazy bells.
That's going out to Edmund Williams. That's the sound of Julie Stevens and the Premiers from June 56. On Johnny Otis's Dig record label, Crazy Bells is the name of the tune, and that record was a big seller for Johnny Otis, that he reissued it. He reissued it in 1960. Maybe it was selling in Times Square Records. It was selling it for the revival of the oldie craze there. It came out on the Eldo label. So that record also released on Eldo Records. Johnny G here on a Saturday. We continue here, and let's go to Newport News, Virginia. We heard from the Five Keys earlier. They were from Newport News, Virginia, and so was this group, as this is a request for listener Frank Chingaro. He's the half of the duo to host the Rhythm and Blues Serenade on WRHU 88.7. He tunes into my afternoon show, loves the afternoon show, but he requested this, and he listens on the archive, so we'll send it out to Frank. And Gordon and Frank will be doing a Christmas special on the 17th, from 3 to 5 p.m. Eastern Time on WRHU. That's WRHU.org. You can listen to it on the net. But he requested this great group from Newport News, Virginia. And the Five Keys were also from Newport News. The Leaders were, the Chateaus. And this group, on the Groove record label, subsidiary of RCA, they have 3 releases. Now, Frank requested their third, and it features another unmistakable voice, I say, and of Raphael Ingram. Raphael Ingram on lead, and then James Dozier comes in at the bridge. Let's go to October of 1956. For the Avalons, going out to Frank Chingaro. The Avalons on the Groove label. It's called It's Funny, But It's True.
You make me cry and make me feel so very blue. I love you still, but don't know why. It's funny, but it's true. Now they say it's just for fools, and I suppose that I'm one too. But love's a game that has no rules. It's funny, but it's true.
Though it's not the way that I planned, I was hard to tell. Good, I have known that I have loved one lead but the way.
If it's right, if it's wrong for me to care the way I do without you, I can't get along. It's funny, but it's true. Funny, so funny, but true.
As by request for listener Frank Chingaro, there you go, the great sound of the Avalons. I'm telling you, an unmistakable voice there of lost my place here. Raphael Ingram from October 1956. It's on the Groove record label, their third release. It's Funny, But It's True. Now, 2 more followed, I think, for the group. One, of course, My Heart's Desire came out on Unart in 58, and their last one was on Casino Records, You Can Count on Me, a great record that they do. Johnny G here on a Saturday. Let's continue here with the requests. And here is a request for listener Paul Michelle as we go to Bridgeport, Connecticut for this group, as they would later record as the Carnations. You familiar with the Carnations from 61 and their tune on Les K called Long Tall Girl? Well, prior to that, they recorded as the Startones. I mean, maybe not the entire group. Maybe it's just the lead singer, but they recorded as the Startones, and they have this lone release on Eddie Heller's a Rainbow record label. It features Matthew Morales on lead. This is going out to listener Paul Michelle, May 1956. The Startones on the Rainbow label. It's called Forever My Love. This is for Paul.
As long as the sky is blue up above, I want you to be forever my love. We speak of love so tenderly, and I said to myself, this should forever be. Ooh. Our love came to light on a cool summer night. We strolled through the park. I stole a kiss in the dark. Now I insist we should never part. As long as the sky is blue up above, I want you to be forever my love. Our love came to light on a cool summer night. We strolled through the park. I stole a kiss, yes, in the dark. Now I insist we should never part. We speak of love so tenderly, and I said to myself, this should forever be. Forever be.
As by request for Paul Michelle, those are the Startones. Startones from May 1956. It's on Eddie Heller's Rainbow Records. Matthew Morales on lead. Forever My Love is the name of the tune. If you own a copy of that, does yours have a BB hole in it? I've seen everyone with a BB hole in their copy. It's like the Creators' I'll Stay Home. I've never seen one without a BB hole in it. I don't know what it is. Those records returned to the company, unfortunately. But anyway, let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. This is a last-minute request for listener Mike Sape in Connecticut. He wants to send this one out to your host, Johnny G, and also to Indrajit Advani and the UK Dancers. I don't know what happened to the UK Dancers. Maybe they're on holiday, possibly. Haven't heard from them in a while, but let's go to Cincinnati, Ohio for this group, as all the members of this group were in their 20s working as truck drivers for a local business, but Sid Nathan heard them singing and signed them to his Deluxe record label. They had 3 releases, And I guess they decided to call themselves the Drivers. This was their first release. It features Leroy Smith on lead. Let's go to April of 1956. These are the Drivers, requested by Mike Sape in our YouTube chat room, going out to Indrajit and the UK dancers and your host, Johnny G. It's called Smooth, Slow, and Easy. The Drivers.
Well, I'm just like an automobile, but in the winter when it's cold, you got to fill my body with alcohol. And if you want my motor to roll, you got to cruise 'em in smooth, slow, and easy. Smooth, slow, and easy. Smooth, slow, and easy. Oh man, when I wanna let me go. Well, when you're pulling in the station, baby, don't forget to check my tank. You better see if my motor need a tune-up job. And don't forget my drink. You got to cruise 'em in smooth, slow, and easy. Smooth, slow, and easy. Smooth, slow, and easy. Oh man, when I wanna let me go. Well, when you're driving down the highway, baby, don't drive me fast at all. 'Cause if you do, my rings will go to knocking. Well, and my motor need an overhaul. You got to cruise 'em in smooth and easy. Smooth, slow, and easy. Smooth, slow, and easy. Oh man, when I wanna let me go. Automobile, or in the winter when it's cold, you got to fill my body with alcohol. And if you want my motor to roll, you got to cruise 'em in smooth and easy. Smooth, slow, and easy. Smooth, slow, and easy. Oh man, when I wanna let me go.
A group called the Drivers. Reed, I didn't know you liked that that early sound there. There you go. Reed likes that record too. There, the Drivers. They are from Cincinnati, Ohio. That's requested by Mike Sape, dedicated to Indrajit, the UK dancers, and your host, Johnny G. Their first release on Deluxe with Leroy Smith on lead. Smooth, Slow, and Easy is the name of the tune. Hopefully that's what I try to get here on a Saturday night. Sometimes it's not so smooth, and I don't know, maybe it's easy. I don't know about being slow, but maybe sometimes Johnny G babbles too much. But let's continue here. We are in 1956. We remain there. Lots of requests from the year of 1956. And we go to George Gollner's Rama record label for this request by Timothy in our YouTube chat room. And he requested Richard Barrett and the Valentines. This is their 5th of 7 on the Rama record label, along with Jimmy Wright and the orchestra. The song co-written by the lead singer, Richard Barrett. We go to June of 1956, the Valentines on the Rama label. This is for Timothy. It's called 20 Minutes, parentheses, Before the Hour.
Until the hour, dear. 20 more minutes I can stay right here. But at 12 o'clock, I must go home.
I must go home.
20 more minutes I can hold you near. 20 more minutes until the hour, dear. I'll have to go. The hour isn't far. 20 more minutes I can linger, dear. 20 more minutes I can hold you near. But at 12 o'clock, 12 o'clock, I must go home. But at 12 o'clock, 12 o'clock, I must go home. 12 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 12 o'clock, baby, 12 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 12 o'clock, baby.
That's going out to Timothy in our YouTube chat, and that's the sound of the Valentines. I love Richard Barrett and the Valentines. That one there called 20 Minutes, parentheses, before the hour. It's on the Rama record label from June of 1956. Richard Barrett on lead, of course. You know, the record that really got Johnny G collecting was I Love You, Darling by the Valentines. I used to watch that record spin on my aunt's Victrola. She had a Victrola, a 1955 RCA, was TV on one side, and on the right side, I think there was a drawer that you would pull out, and it had like this nice velvet turntable, and she was using those metal inserts. They are a pain to use. And I can't tell you how many records that my Uncle Philip broke with those metal inserts. And I remember when I got a mint Starlarks on Elm. I won it on eBay on the cheap, and it had this centerpiece in it, and I'm telling you, I was just going, oh, Johnny, don't break this record. Take this thing out. Because they didn't want to take it out. They said, you know, it has a centerpiece in it, but we'll be willing to let it go for $250. I said, okay. I says, I'll take it. It's Stone Mint. I think I've played it here on the program. You know, the promos on Ember are the better ones. But I was pushing that thing to get it out because they're so difficult to do. You should see my aunt's copy of Jan and Dean's Baby Talk that she played for me. I mean, the center hole is that big because she used it so many times because, you know, you'd get those edge chips in there around and that's how you see those things where you're wondering why a chip is taken out. That's because they use those metal centerpieces. But anyway, I babble on. Let's continue here. And we are still in 1956. Now, this is a flip side request for listener Indrajit Advani. Well, actually, last week I played a request for Gordy Freeman. I played I'm Nobody's, as done by this great Philadelphia group called the Turbins. And Indrajit Advani, he asked Johnny G to play the flip side, and he wants to dedicate this to Mike Sape in Connecticut, Daniel Kubacki, and Darrell Letts. No, I'm sorry. Darrell also wanted this as a flip side. There you go. That's how that should read. There you go. So it's from the flip side request by Indrajit, sending it out to Mike Sape. And no, I take it back. He wasn't sending it to Daniel wanted this. Oh, that's how that should read, Charlene. It should be Daniel and Darrell also requested this. So it's like Indrajit to Mike, ... Daniel, Darrell also wanted this. So I hope I got it right, Charlene. But anyway, let's give it a spin here. This is on Al Silver's Herald record label. This is the group's third release, the flip side of I'm Nobody's, from April 56. The Turbins, Al Banks and the Turbins on Herald with Bingo. Bingo is the name of the tune.
B21,
B21,
I-35,
I-35,
N19, G56,
G56,
O64,
O64,
bingo. Me and my baby play an old-fashioned game, but the way we play it, it's not the same. You know, we gave it a brand new twist, and now it goes something like this. Be forever near. I need you right here in my heart and soul. The things you do to me makes me love you so. Bingo. B24, I-37, N62, G26, O75, bingo. B21, I-35, N19, G56, O64, bingo. Well, the game we play don't keep you in suspense. The way we play it makes a whole lot of sense. 19, 25, 31. I'd rather play the game with her. It's so much fun. Be forever mine. I am forever thine. To the end of eternity. You thrill me. Oh, never let me go. Bingo. Bingo.
There you go. That's going out to Daryl Letts and going out to Daniel Kubacki, and a request for listener Indrajit sending it out to Mike Sape. That's the sound of the Turbins. And another unmistakable lead singer, Al Banks. I think that's another voice that is unmistakable. April 1956 on the Herald label. Had 6 releases on Herald. Of course, their biggest hit was When You Dance. I think that was the A-side of their third, if I'm not mistaken. Song entitled B-I-N-G-O, Bingo. You know, my grandmother used to take me to play bingo. I remember I went on a cruise back in 1965. We used to go to Italy quite often as a family. So we took, I think it was a cruise with the Michelangelo, and then we came back with, what was the other one? Oh my, I can't remember. I can't remember the other ship. But it was 11 days to leave New York Harbor to go to Genoa in Italy. And it was 11 days, and they used to have, I remember, I think I told you, it was the first time I saw Anne Margaret. This was 1965. And she was doing Bye Bye Birdie. And I kind of fell in love with Anne Margaret from that point on. But anyway, I digress. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Here is a very rare 45 on Marty Weiler's Planet X Records. Now, the only thing I have on Planet X is an interesting instrumental, which I have. And then this one. This one is not an easy record to find, and it's the group's only release, written by the lead singer. His name is Henry Sawyer, and it's with his group, the Jupiters, and the music is by Mike Tam, whoever that is. But let's move into 1957 now with Henry Sawyer and the Jupiters on the Planet X record label. The song is called It Takes Two.
Went to our wedding just the other day, and this my
It takes two to fall in love. It takes two to fall in love. Remember my friend, to stay on it, it takes two to fall in love. It takes two to fall in love. It takes two to fall in love. Remember my friend, to stay on it, it takes two to fall in love.
As you walk down the aisle, wearing that smile, that wonderful smile, and the preacher said, do you take this woman to be your awful wedded wife, as my heart will be, until the day now.
It takes two to fall in love. It takes two to fall in love. Remember my friend, from this day on in, it takes two to fall in love.
There you go. That is one that Johnny G added to the mix tonight. That's Henry Sawyer and the Jupiters, 1957. That's on the Planet X record label, It Takes Two. And the lead singer there, he wrote the tune. Now, I didn't even know about this record because I was always familiar with the Del Cade's version of this. From that, I think it's the flip side of World's Fair USA. Two to Fall in Love was the name of the tune. Came out in 1964, I think, with a picture sleeve that I don't have. But I didn't know, and then I don't know who it was. Who was the one that first saw it? It's the guy that, Fozman, I think. So I was like, looking around on YouTube, and all of a sudden he was playing this record. We showed a picture of it. And, I didn't have this record, and it wasn't even, I don't think this is booted either, to be honest with you. The only way you can get it is on the original, unless you extract it off my show. But anyway, it is a very rare 45. It will be on the 1957 survey. I think the flip side I'll be playing Thursday afternoon, which is good too. It's a great up-tempo. But anyway, there you go. Henry Sawyer and the Jupiters from 57. It Takes Two. Yes. Let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures. Here's a request for listener Amnon as we go to Brooklyn, New York, to Thomas Robinson's Atlas record label. I thought I just played this record, Charlene. Did I? The lead singer previously sang with the Wrens. He did lead on Begging for Your Love. His name, Francis Frenchy Concepcion, but he would leave the group and become the lead singer of this group called The Travelers, and he would change his name to Frank Lopez, and he wrote this tune. This is with Cliff Driver and his orchestra. This is from August of 57, going out to Amnon, The Travelers. The Travelers on the Atlas label. The song is called Lenora.
Da 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 dum ba da dum ba da dum ba da do da 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 dum Boom 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 da da da.
Lenora, your dark eyes are shining. In the night I am finding sweet love for you. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Lenora, I really love you so. I'll never let you go, 'cause you're mine, Lenora.
Boom 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 boom.
On the night that we parted, where love was meant to be, and now I'm broken hearted. Why can't you seem to listen to me, oh Lenora? I
doom ba da doom ba da doom ba da doom da 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 doom ba
That's going out to listener Amnon there, the sound of the Travelers. The Travelers from August 57 on the Atlas label, Lenora, song I first heard on the Time Capsule show, by the way. And that is Frank Lopez on lead, a.k.a. Frenchy Concepcion. Now, after this release, I think he joined the Quins on the Cyclone label, Oh Starlight. He was a member of that group. Johnny G here on a Saturday. As we continue here, we are in 1957. We go to Detroit with this request for Liam Walden in Australia. Did he say he was playing with his group? Were you vocalizing with your group, Liam? But anyway, he requested this tune here out of Detroit. They were created when the Five Jets on Deluxe broke up, and some of the members teamed up with Berry Gordy Jr., who at the time was writing for Jackie Wilson, and Gordy secured a deal with George Gollner, and as a result, this 45 came about. It features Joe Murphy on lead. This is from November 57. These are the Five Stars on the Mark X label, by request for Liam. Its song is called Dead Wrong. That's going out to Liam in Australia, tuned into the Vinyl Treasure show. That's Joe Murphy and the Five Stars on George Gollner's Mark X record label, November 57. Dead Wrong is the name of the tune. And Joe Murphy, Reed mentions, went on with a solo release on the Vivid label. That's a great record too, by the way, which I have featured on my Wednesday night soul show. So if you like soul music, tune into that Wednesday night show beginning at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. It's here on YouTube, also on Oldies and More Radio. And they also had a release on the N record label. And I think, Reed, they also turned into the Voice Masters, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, let's stay in 1957. We go out to Los Angeles, California with this request for Indrajit Advani, and he wants to send this one out to Timothy, who was in our YouTube chat room. This group would end up recording as the Vibrations well into the late 1960s, but they recorded under different names prior to the Vibrations, like the Vibes and the Cliches and the Marathons. And this 45 that I'm featuring, they were known as the Jayhawks. First recording for the Flash label back in 55. They would do 2 on Aladdin. This was their first, this is their second. Their first, they were providing background vocals to an instrumental by Earl Palmer called Johnny's House Party. That was from April 57. But then in August, they had this release, co-written by the lead singer. His name is Carl Fisher. This is with Earl Palmer and his orchestra by request for Indrajit Advani in the UK, sending it out to Timothy. The Jayhawks on Aladdin. It's called Everyone Should Know.
Dum dum da dum da da.
I'm going to tell the postman comes by every day. Going to tell the milkman he always comes my way. Going to tell my neighbor he's just next door. So everyone should know. Going to tell my teacher put you down the street. Anyone, anywhere that I should be. Everyone should know. It's such a glow. Night I met an angel while walking after dark. Asked her would she come with me, walk me through the park. Kissed her in the moonlight, should've known that wasn't smart. Cause
right then and there she stole away my heart.
I'm going to tell the preacher come and marry me. I'm so happy, happy as can be. All I hope that everyone should know.
Then and there she stole away my heart.
I'm going to tell the preacher come and marry me. I'm so happy, happy as can be. All I hope that everyone should know.
There you go. That's going out to Timothy, actually dedicated by Indrajit Advani. Wanted to send that one out to Timothy. That's the sound of the Jayhawks, August 1957 release. Their second release on Eddie and Leo Mesner's Aladdin Records, Everyone Should Know is the name of the tune. And everyone should know that Johnny G is doing this Vinyl Treasure show, especially if you're a collector of group harmony 45s. Very important that you tune into the program to see these records. I wish I could have seen these records when I was tuned into all those radio shows that I've used to listen to as a teenager, etc. It's a lot of fun when you're a collector to see all these cool looking labels that, somebody created these things and they just look cool when they spin on the turntable. That's what I say. Call me crazy. But anyway, we continue here and we stay in 57 with this request for Adrian Viterbo in our YouTube chat room. He's tuned in down in Mexico and he requested a kiddie lead here. This group is out of Manhattan. They're called the Val-Cords. This is on the Game Time record label. It features Tommy Drumgoole on lead, which is mentioned on the label, and it also says that Raymond Brown is the bass. Does it say that, Charlene? Yes, it does. On this side is correct, because we use that for the flip side, and it didn't say that. But this is going out to Adrian. September 1957, the Val-Cords on the Game Time label. It's called You're Laughing at Me for Adrian. There you go. That's going out to Adrian Viterbo in our YouTube chat room. That's the sound of the Val-Cords. The Val-Cords there with Tommy Drumgool on lead, September 57. You're Laughing at Me is on Game Time Records. Candy Store Love, I think that's the flip side of this record. And this record comes, I think, 3 different ways. This is the true first press with the kind of like the double straight lines there. Then I think it comes with like a single solid line, and then it comes with wavy lines. There's like 3 presses. That record sold a lot in the early 1960s, but that's the original from September 57. We stay in 57 with another sound of the season, this time for listener Kenny Mack, as we go back to Detroit, Michigan for this group. This is their 3rd and final release on the Choral label. And during the 50s, one of the hot dance steps was the mambo. So how many people know how to do the mambo? Timothy, you know how to do the mambo? Did you ever see that Honeymooners that Honeymooners show where who's the Italian lady that comes downstairs and dancing with they were playing records and they were showing, I think Ralph's Alice was taking dancing lessons from that guy, remember? And then Ralph came home and they were dancing to something. They were doing the mambo or whatever, and he got all upset. Well, that's what this record reminds me of. But anyway, so why couldn't Santa do the mambo too? Well, anyway, this is for listener Kenny Mack. It features Alton Hollowell on lead, November 57, the Enchanters on choral. It's called Mambo Santa Mambo for Kenny.
Christmas down in Mexico, a lot of places that you wanted to go. Here's somewhere you don't know.
Santa's gonna do the mambo.
Santa's doing the mambo this Christmas. Santa's doing the mambo this Christmas. Santa's doing the mambo this Christmas. Mambo, Santa, mambo. Mambo, Santa, mambo. Patiliana, mambo, Santa, mambo. Tell your mama, mambo, Santa, mambo.
mumbo while the kiddies say, Mumbo, sad mumbo. Mumbo, sad mumbo. Until you got a mumbo, sad mumbo. You call your mama mumbo, sad mumbo. Mama, mumble if you can. Well, here comes Santa with his 8 reindeers. They come every time all about this year. Here's something that you don't know. Santa's gonna do the mumbo. Mumbo, Santa, mumbo. Until you got a mumbo, Santa, mumbo. You tell your mama mumbo, Santa, mumbo. Mama, mumble if you can. Shooby-dooby-doo, shooby-dooby-doo, shooby-dooby-doo. Shooby-dooby-doo, shooby-dooby-doo, shooby-dooby, mumbo, Santa, mumbo. Shooby-dooby-doo, 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 shooby-dooby, mumbo, Santa, mumbo. Well, here comes Santa with his 8 reindeers. They come every time all about this year. But here is something that you don't know. Santa, mumbo, mumbo, Santa, mumbo. But till you got a mumbo, Santa, mumbo. Call your mama mumbo, Santa, mumbo. Mama, mumble if you can. Mama, mumble if you can. Mama, mumble if you can.
Sounds of the season here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That one there going out to Kenny Mack. The Enchanters, Alton Hollowell on lead. The Enchanters on the Coral label. That's their 3rd release from November 57. Mambo Santa Mambo. Yes, Mrs. Monacotti. Is that it? Yeah, Monacotti was her name. But anyway, those were really cool. Those, imagine Ralph Cramden and all those are just funny shows, I think. Really didn't take a lot of production, but they were great. Really funny. Anyway, I babble on here. Let's stay in 1957 with this request for listener Ronnie Sherman. We go to High Weiss's Old Town record label, this group out of Harlem, New York. This is their 12th of 18 releases on the Old Town label. Features the great Milton Love on lead. We go to November of 1957 for the sound of the Solitaires on Old Town for Ronnie Sherman. It's called Thrill of Love.
When I hear the vows of bride and groom, when I see the blossoms in full bloom, when I feel the touch of your lips, it makes me feel the thrill, wonderful thrill of love. When I see the
go. That's going out to Ronnie Sherman, the great sound of the Solitaires, Milton Love on Lead. Milton Love on Lead. That was the follow-up to Walking Along, song entitled Thrill of Love, November 1957, High Weiss's Old Town record label. Hope you're digging on the tunes here tonight. If you do, please give me a thumbs up. Very important for the YouTube brass to see that. And then please subscribe. And you can contact me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. You can send me your requests there. If I have the 45, I'll play it. Maybe I'll buy it too, if it's not too expensive. But let's continue here. And here is a request for listener Edmund Williams. Now, Edmund listens to all my shows. He loves my soul show. He loves my afternoon show on Thursday afternoon, and he loves this show, but he's working tonight. And he heard me play on the December 7th, 1 o'clock show. I was doing the countdown of the Relic Records survey. I'm counting down from number... What was it, Charlene? Was it 621? I think I was counting down. And he heard number 543 on the survey, as done by a group called the Cookies. And yes, that is the same Cookies that first started recording, I think originally on Lamp. I think eventually they evolved into the same Cookies that had all those hits on the Dimension label. I think one or two of the members. But... the interesting thing is that Cookies group was the backup other vocals on there were the Cadillacs, Earl Carroll and the Cadillacs. And the side I played that was number 543 was a song called King of Hearts. But he requested the flip side of that. And this song, again, written by the lead singer of the group. Her name is Margie Hendricks. Margie Hendricks, let me see. The members written by, I should say, she's the lead singer, but the group who wrote this tune were two of the members, Margie Hendricks and Darlene McCrae, which, by the way, stayed with that group all the way into the mid-1960s. But this is with Jesse Powell in the orchestra. This is going out to Edmund Williams, July 57. The Cookies on the Josie label being helped with the Cadillacs, who brought them to the Josie label. It's called This Is What I Am Tonight, all right? Hippy Dippy Daddy. This is going out to Edmund Williams.
Every time I see you standing on the street, you're looking every girl down from her head to her feet. You're a hippy dippy daddy. You're a hippy dippy daddy. You're a hippy dippy daddy. Please say you'll be mine. The words that you tell me is nothing but a lie. When you go out hippy dipping, I just sit at home and cry. You're a hippy dippy daddy. You're a hippy dippy daddy. You're a hippy dippy daddy. Honey, tell me you'll be mine. All those dirty chicks, they just diving you. It's me who love you, babe, hoping that you love me too. You're a hippy dippy daddy. Oh yeah. You're a hippy dippy daddy. You're a hippy dippy daddy. Honey, tell me you'll be mine. Now that you love me, I don't feel the same. It's all over, baby, and you know you're to blame. You're a hippy dippy daddy. You're a hippy dippy daddy. You're a hippy dippy daddy, and I don't want you no more. You're a hippy dippy daddy, and I don't want you no more. No more, no more, no more, no more, no more.
As July 1957, the sound of the Cookies, Margie Hendricks on lead there. That's going out to Edmund Williams on the Josie label. Hippy Dippy Daddy is the name of the tune, with the with the Cadillacs helping them in the background there. Johnny G is your hippy dippy DJ every Saturday from 9 p.m. till midnight. We'll do a little bit of overtime here, and we stay in 1957. We go out to California, I think to the Bay Area, if I'm not mistaken, Reed. This is actually a request for listener Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. This is on Don Barksdale's Rhythm Records, and it's the debut single for this group. Actually, this group is from Pittsburgh, California, and this is their first of 4, featuring a 15-year-old Alice Jean Wilton on lead, along with her background group. They're called the Mondellos, and this is the intended B-side, I think, March 1957. Alice Jean and the Mondellos, going out to Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room on the Rhythm label. It's called Come Back Home. By request for Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. That's the sound of Alice Jean. She was 15 years old at the time. That's her debut single with the Mondellos from March 1957 on Don Barksdale's Rhythm label. Out of the Bay Area, Come Back Home is the name of the tune. Of course, the Mondellos would also back up other artists on the Rhythm roster, the likes of Little Willie Littlefield, Bob Jeffries, Ewell McClay, and Rudy Lambert. I have all those 45s on the on the Rhythm record label. I don't have a complete fill, but I do have a lot of records on the Rhythm label. Johnny G babbling on here. Hope you're digging on the tunes. Got to say hi to Indrajit, who just came in to the YouTube chat room. And we go to the Bronx, New York now. This is another rare 45 too, by the way. I think I won this. There are two Climbers records on J&S. One I had to pay a lot from Tefteller in one of his auctions, and I forget where I got the other one from. I do have my notes, though. I still kept all the data of how much I spent on all the records. I don't like to look at that, though, although I might like to look at the stuff I bought back in the 80s, because those prices are very nice to see, but not recently. But anyway, they go to Zell Sanders J&S record label. This time they were located at 1651 Washington Avenue in the Bronx. This group called the Climbers. They had 2 releases on the label. This is their first, and for you collectors, this originally came out without the name of the group mentioned on the label. So when you saw that, you're like, what is he playing? It says Rex Garvin and his orchestra. Well, it's really the Climbers. On some of the presses, they were able to stamp, the Climbers in that little spot there. But this one doesn't have it. So maybe this was confiscated from the pressing plant. I don't know. But supposedly, Joe Rivers of Johnny and Joe fame was a member of this group. And this is a request for Australian listener Liam Walden, who is in our chat room. I think he's still in the chat room. But I don't know if the flip side might be off-center. This might be not as bad. January 57, by request for Liam, the Climbers on J&S. It's called My Darlin' Dear. Oh, do, do, do. By request for Liam in Australia there. That's a rare 45 by the Climbers from January 57. That's on Zell Sanders J&S Records out of the Bronx, New York. My Darling Dear is the name of that tune. It's really hard, that record. You can get the large print J&S release. But the Two by the Climbers are one of the harder ones. Also, the Preteens is hard, but that's like really, really young girls, which I have that record too, by the way, a 45 that Greg saw me. Let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures. We stay in 19. This is actually the last record in 57. Charlene, you got to change that. It's not 58. This release in 1957. And it's a request for listener Joe Shacatano. This group is from Brooklyn, New York. This is their, I don't know if this is their second release. I think it's their first release. It's not their second release. I think it's their first release on Hiram Johnson's Johnson record label. Their first was not Baby Oh Baby. This was the first, I'm pretty sure. This features Nathaniel Bouknight on lead. This is from 1957. These are the Shells on Hiram Johnson's Johnson label for listener Joe Shacatano in our YouTube chat room. The song is called Don't Say Goodbye. That's going out to Joe Shacatano there, the sound of the Shells. I was incorrect. I had it here right. Charlene, the reason why I thought I messed up was because when I go to 45 Cat, read, why does that 106 show up before 104? That doesn't make any sense there. I should have really gone to Ferdy Gonzalez, is what I should have done. But anyway, it's 1957. Those are the Shells by request for listener Joe Shacatano. Don't Say Goodbye is the name of the tune on the Johnson record label. For some reason, a lot of these don't play that well. I mean, they just don't for some reason, although this one does play relatively well for the condition that it's in. Johnny G here on a Saturday. And hope you're digging on the tunes here. If you're new to the program, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Give me a thumbs up if you like what Johnny G is doing, and you can contact me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. That is the request line also. Been receiving requests here this evening, so thank you for those. Stay tuned for next week as we move on here, and we move into 1958 for Frankie Lyman's younger brother. And this is a request for listener Edmund Williams as Louis Lyman. Louis Lyman and the Teen Chords here. This song was recorded for Bobby Robinson's Fury record label, but Bobby sold the masters to George Gollner, and he put it out on his Juanita label. It's from 1958. I know who does this. Veretta Dillard does this song. I think other people have done it. Did she do it first? Can't see the writer there. But anyway, let's go out. Let's send this one out to listener Edmund Williams, October 58. Louis Lyman and the Teen Chords on the Juanita label. Their rendition of the tune, Them, Their Eyes, for Edmund.
I fell in love with you the first time I looked into them their eyes. You've got a certain really cute way of flirting with them their eyes. They make me feel so happy. They make me feel so blue. No stalling, I'm falling in a great big wave for you. My heart's jumping, you sure started something with them their eyes. You better watch them if you're wise. Oh, they sparkle, they bubble. They're gonna get you in a whole lot of trouble. I fell in love with you the first time I looked into them. Their eyes, sparkle, bubble. Get you in a whole lot of trouble. Sparkle, bubble. Get you in a whole lot of trouble. Sparkle, bubble. Get you in a whole lot of trouble.
That's going out to listener Edmund Williams. That's the sound of Louis Lyman. Louis Lyman and the Teen Chords, was that their final release? I think it might have been their last release, if I'm not mistaken, October 1958. It's on George Gollner's Juanita Records. Them Their Eyes is the name of the tune. We stay in 1958. Let's go back to Detroit, Michigan for this next group, and it's a request for listener Bob Hannis in our YouTube chat room. Although this came out on a New York City label called Deb Records, it was owned by Julius Dixon. Now, the lead singer on this, his name is Jim Ellis. This is from 1958. The group is called The Five Sounds. The Five Sounds on the Deb record label. It's called, in parentheses, You're the, and then it's Greatest Gift of All. This is for Bob Hannis in the YouTube chat room.
Of the gift that he has given us, all the treasures we belong, more precious than diamonds or gold. You're the greatest gift of all, more alluring than my darling. Angel, sent you from above. Heaven knows, my darling, you're the only girl I love. So I pray to the stars in heaven and give thanks to him above all for sending down to me, yeah, the greatest gift of
As by request for Bob Hannes in our YouTube chat. That's not an easy record to find, by the way. That's a hard record from 1958. They're called the Five Sounds. On the Deb record label, it's called You're, in parentheses, You're the Greatest Gift of All. And that featured Bob Ellis on lead. Of course, in 1960, Bob Ellis would become the lead singer of the Satin Tones that recorded for the Motown record label. They do some nice records on Motown. One of them is a song called Angel. I think that's like, is that the first one on the label? Yeah, I think that's the first that they do, but that's not an easy record to find either. But I bought this record a long time ago, early in my collecting career, from, I think, some auction in Goldmine magazine. I won it for not an expensive price either, way back when. That's when records were cheaper then, but as I babble on here. But let's stay in 1958 now. On the September 23rd, 2023 show, I played a request for Gordy Freeman by Kenny and the Socialites, a song called I'll Have to Decide. Should be I think it's I'll Have to Decide. Charlene's got to add half there. But listener Jim Lampley wanted to hear the flip side of that 45, and this is on the Crosstown label as Crosstown Records. They were located at 1650 Broadway in New York City. Yes, I'll Have to Decide was the name of the tune. And they were Kenny and the Socialites. But this is the flip side. And this is from 1958, going out to Jim Lampley in Texas. On this side, they're just called the Socialites. Okay? The Socialites on Crosstown, it's called the King Tut Rock for Jim in Texas.
Last year I went to Egypt. I wasn't gonna be gypped. I searched through all the rooms in the Sphinx and in the tombs, and I heard some rock and roll. Guess what I did? Behold, I saw King Tut rockin' with her. Cleopatra saw King Tut rockin' with her. Cleopatra saw King Tut rockin' with her. Cleopatra, while the Sphinx was a beating time. Tut was screaming for me, honey, sugar daddy is my name, and his crazy Elvis haircut made him really look insane. Saw King Tut rockin' with her. Cleopatra saw King Tut rockin' with her. Cleopatra saw King Tut rockin' with her. Cleopatra, while the Sphinx was a beating time. He threw away his chariot, it had a new design. He hopped into his caddy, soon was doing 99, yeah. King Tut rockin' with her. Cleopatra saw King Tut rockin' with her. Cleopatra saw King Tut rockin' with her. Cleopatra, while the Sphinx was a beating time. He put on a crazy record, a big beat disc, and how he said, this one's wild, honey child, let's get rockin' now. Saw King Tut rockin' with her. Cleopatra saw King Tut rockin' with her. Cleopatra saw King Tut rockin' with her. Cleopatra, while the Sphinx was a beating time.
back to Stalking, Tony rockin' with her. Go back to Stalking, Tony rockin' with her. Go back to all the things cause a beat in time.
Let's rock it, Cleo, let's put on a show. Don't play possum, apple blossom, I wanna see you go with Stalking.
Tony rockin' with her. Go back to Stalking, Tony rockin' with her. Go back to Stalking, Tony rockin' with her. Go back to all the things cause a beat in time.
Now, King Tut rock, King Tut rock, yeah, well, King Tut rock.
There you go. That's going out to Jim Lampley, the sound of the Socialites. The flip side is Kenny and the Socialites, but I guess they're all singing together on that one. That's on the Crosstown record label, 1958. The King Tut Rock is the name of the tune. We stay in 1958 with this request for listener Mike Sape was able to quickly grab this record and include it in the 1958 block, and he wants to send this one out to listener Bob Hannis in the YouTube chat room, as the first time he heard this was in March. That's Mike is. Mike heard this in March of 1992 on the Time Capsule show. As the lead singer of this group, his name is Rudy Anderson. Of course, he was the lead singer of the Wheels that recorded for the premium record label, also of the Federals that I played them a couple weeks ago, I think, on Deluxe Records and also on Fury Records. But let me see. Well, actually, this group recorded as the Federal. Well, really, Rudy Anderson was the lead of the Wheels, and then I think he formed another group, or they're the same group, recorded as the Federals, and then they changed their name again back to the Wheels, and they had releases on Roulette, on Curtis, I think, is Rudy and the Wheels, on the Folly label, and this one is on Bob Shad's Time label. And it features Rudy Anderson on lead, another lead that has an unmistakable voice. That is my opinion. November 58, The Wheels on Time, by request for Mike, going out to Bob Hannis. It's called Where Were You? That's the sound of the Wheels. Rudy Anderson and the Wheels on Bob Shad's Time Records out of New York City, November 1958 release. Where Were You is the name of the tune. That one requested by Mike Sape in Connecticut. Sending it out to Bob Annis. He heard Bob play that on a guest spot he was doing on the Time Capsule show in March of 1992. Well, you must have wrote that down, Mike. I can remember that. As I used to do that too with the people that did guest spots on either the Time Capsule show or the R&B Review, as it was. Maybe it was the R&B Review in 92, or was it Time Capsule? I don't know. As we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure show, we are in 1958. Here is a flip side request. Featured the Impressions last week by request for listener Joe Shacatano on the Abner record label, a song called Come Back My Love. That was with Jerry Butler on lead. He's also doing lead on the flip. This is a request for listener Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room. Let me see. This is... I'm looking here. Come Back My Love. This is Jerry Butler on lead. I think this was the A-side. This was the A-side. This was a number 3 record on WUST in Bethesda, Maryland. Did I say that last week, Charlene? I don't know. But it's from August 58. The Impressions with Jerry Butler on lead, going out to Daniel in our YouTube chat. As the copyright police have come out, folks, by the way, on that Wheels record, which is ridiculous, I should say. They're coming out for what? But anyway, here are the Impressions. Jerry Butler and the Impressions for Daniel. It's called Love Me on the Abner label.
Dearest, oh my darling, please love me as I love you, for I need your love more than anything, and in every word of every song I sing, I'll offer you all that I possess, my heart, my soul, and happiness, if you'll tell me that you love me. And ooh, when you smiled at me, all heaven seemed to come down to me and tell me that she loves you. And if I fail to prove my love, heaven knows that I have tried my love for every moment of every day. I was doing something to make you look my way and tell me that you love me. And ooh, when you smiled at me, all heaven seemed to come down to me and tell me that she loves you. And if I fail to prove my love, heaven knows that I have tried my love. So tell me that she loves me.
That's the great sound of Jerry Butler and the Impressions there by request for listener Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room, song entitled Love Me from August of 1958. And that is on the Abner record label. Abner Records was first known as Falcon, but they were forced to change their name to Abner because of the a pre-existing Falcon label that had precedent over that label. Anyways, we continue here. Johnny G with a cough here for some reason. I don't know. Maybe it was doing the the lights today. But we are staying in 1958 with this request for Adrian Viterbo. This group out of Harlem, New York, recorded for George Goldner's Gone record label, and it features Richard Lanham. How about Richard Blandon? Richard Blandon on lead, and this is their fifth release on the Gone label, written by Billy Miles. This charted number 34 on Billboard, number 6 on, and a number 6 record on WHIL in Boston, Massachusetts. From November 1958, let's give a listen to the Dubs, going out to Adrian Viterbo. The Dubs on Gone. This would always make the top 500 on CBS FM. It's called Chapel of Dreams for Adrian.
In the chapel of dreams, every dream will come true. In the chapel of dreams, there's a dream there for you. Through the dark of the night, though as strange as it seems, every heart finds delight in the chapel of dreams. Was until I found this chapel of renown. I've searched and searched for peace of mind. I'm glad that at last my empty days have passed. Now I worship at His shrine. It is heaven to know just what happiness means. It is found at the door in the chapel of dreams. Chapel of dreams, chapel of dreams, chapel of dreams.
Classics here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. There you go. The copyright police, they just popped their head out again. Trying to get away from these guys, I am. That's going out to Adrian in our YouTube chat room. He's listening in Mexico. That's Richard Blandon and the Dubs. From November 58 on the Gone label, Chapel of Dreams is the name of the tune. We continue here in 1958. Here's a request for listener Matey Campboy, my number one California listener, Matey Campboy, listening in California, as she wanted to hear this trio of brothers. They're out of New Britain, Connecticut. They are Earl, Edward, and Everett Mifflin. They were known as the Mifflin Triplets, and this is their initial release. This came out on, their initial release came out on the Impact label, which I have, And this was their second release. This is their follow-up on Al Silver's Ember Records. That's what that should be. October 1958, the Mifflin Triplets going out to Matey Campboy on Ember Records. The song is called I Do.
You'll walk down the aisle, I'll be by your side, and there as you smile, the heavens open wide, for our love will be forever. When we answer, I do. I'll take your hand, I'll put on the ring, and there as you stand, the angels will sing, for our love will be forever. When we answer, I do. Oh, darling, be true to me, and I'll be true to you, and we'll share our love together as our lovers do. As time goes by, for you and me, our love will go on, and happy we'll be, for we vow to love each other. When we answered, I do. For we vow to love each other. When we answered, I do.
As by request for listener Matey Campboy, that's the Mifflin Triplets, October 1958 on Al Silver's Ember Records. I Do is the name of the tune. I do play my original vinyl 45s every Saturday from 9 to midnight right here on YouTube. We've just joined the Oldies and More Radio Network. Want to welcome them into the program. Johnny G's spinning my original 45s. We count down the music chronologically here on the Saturday night program. We are in the year 1958. But we are now moving into 1959. We go to Brooklyn, New York with this request for listener Amnon. This group, their debut single came out on the Spring label in, I think it was late 1958, if I'm not mistaken, a song called Baby Talk. But this is their very next release. It came out on ABC Paramount Records, and they're called The Laurels. And it is the same group because I recognize the writer credit here. But this is from September 58, The Laurels on ABC Paramount for listener Emnon. It's called Picture of Love.
Love, you and I in love.
Picture the moonlight.
group out of Brooklyn, New York, by request for listener Amnon. They're called the Laurels. That's their second overall release on the ABC Paramount record label from September 59. Song entitled Picture of Love. Bad, you know, did you ever find records out in the wild where they got a little wet and the labels bleed? That green label, whatever was in front of this, bled into the white promo, and there is really no way to get that out. Even if you soak that, you'd actually ruin the label, because those especially this flat porous paper would totally dissolve if you did that. You got to be careful with those records. You really can't put them underwater. Some of the shiny labels you can get away with, but not those. Anyway, as we continue here, as I babble on here with this cough here, as we go to Jacksonville, Florida for this next request for listener Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. Now, this is on Thomas Robinson's Angletone Records out of New York City, and this group features a Lorenzo Thomas on lead. Let's go to September of 59 and give a listen to the Fabulous Fabuleers. The Fabulous Fabuleers on the Angletone label. It's called She Is the Girl for Me. This is going out to Gordy. That's going out to Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. The sound of the Fabulous Fabuleers, and that one there featuring Lorenzo Thomas on lead. September 59 release on the Angletone label, She's the Girl for Me. That is the first release of that on the gray. It's like a grayer like blue, but then it was re-released in June of 1960 like on a lighter kind of greenish color label. So I have that too. They kind of look the same here under this kind of wacky webcam that Johnny G is using here anyway. But let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures. We are in 1959. Now here's a request for Timothy in our YouTube chatman, and Lenny G is going to go crazy. He likes the bells in the song. What about a song called Bells, Bells, Bells? But anyway, this is a duet, and they had some pretty big hits thanks to Dick Clark, who really promoted this duet quite a bit on American Bandstand daily. If you tuned into American Bandstand, he even promoted their debut single La Di Da so much, even before it came out on the Swan label. But he played all their records, Lucky Ladybug, and other labels that they did. They came out on the Philadelphia-based Swan label. They were Billy Ford from Bloomfield, New Jersey, and Lily Bryant. She was from Newburgh, New York. And there was a big difference in their ages. I mean, really a big difference. I think at least 15 or 16 years difference between the two. And Lily, of course, being the younger one. But this is their, or Timothy requested their 6th of 9 on the Swan label. This one written by Frank Slay and Bob Crew. This charted number 88 on Billboard. This was a big number 6 record on WBNY up in Buffalo, New York. Let's go to June of 59 for Billy and Lily by request for Timothy on the Swan label. It's called Lenny, this is all you. It's called Bells. No, Charlene, you got to add an S. Bells, 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 parentheses, the Bell Song. This is for Timothy, and I think Lenny will like it.
Bells, 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 yes, I hear wedding bells. I hear bells each time I see you passing by. They ring for me. I dream about the day that you will say I do. Then I hear bells, 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 yes, I hear wedding bells. The doorbell rings, could that be you? The school bell rings, when school is through. Each place I go, they ting-a-ling, reminds me of a wedding ring. Bells, 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 yes, I hear wedding bells. Hold my hand, hold it a little tighter while we play. Our future's looking brighter, you'll understand. It's time while I hear bells. Ding, 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 ding. I hear bells each time I see you passing by. They ring for me. I dream about the day that you will say I do. Then I hear bells, 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 bells. Yes, I hear wedding bells. Bells, bells, bells. Yes, I hear wedding bells. Bells, bells, bells. Yes, I hear wedding bells. Bells, bells, bells. Yes, I hear wedding bells.
Duets here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That one there by request for listener Timothy. Billy and Lily. That is Lily Bryant and Billy Ford. June 1959. It's on the Swan record label. Bells, 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 parentheses, the Bell Song. I'm sure Dick Clark played that on American Bandstand. As we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, we are counting down the music here by year. We are in the year 1959 as we fill a request for listener Adrian Viterbo, listening in Mexico, this group out of Long Beach, California, as this song came out on 4 different times. Came out 4 different times on Lou Bedell's Dore record label. Initially in July of 59, then re-released in February 61, and then again in March of 64, and then, believe it or not, one more time in July of 1967. As we go to Lou Bedell's Dore record label, this is the true first press on the Blue Dore. It features Joe Spreewell on lead. So we're going out to Adrian in our YouTube chat room, July 59, the Debonaires on Dore. It's called Every Once in a While for Adrian.
Every
That's the sound of the Debonaires here on the Vinyl Treasure Show from July 1959. Lou Bedell's Dore record label, Every Once in a While. That's for Adrian Viterbo. They like that tune there in the YouTube chat room. It has Joe Spreewell on lead. I could use a better copy of that. It plays okay. But Spence got me that record a long time. It's hard to find that record, too, especially clean. Johnny G here on a Saturday. If you want to send me your request, send it to me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. Give me a thumbs up if you like what I'm doing as we continue here. And this is a request for listener Jim Lampley. He was tuned in to the, I did a Times Square countdown, and the number one record on that countdown from, I think it was July and August of 1962, was a song called, it was called, The Bells of Rosarita. Yeah, I'm trying to get my memory back. The Bells of Rosarita. But he requested, I should say Jim Lampley requested the flip side of that. I think they're either all singing here, and maybe the lead Cookie Joe Cookie Lorello does come in, but this is the flip side of The Bells of Rosarita, and it's a nursery rhyme theme requested by Jim Lampley from September 59, the Admirations on Mercury. It's called Little Bo Peep for Jim in Texas.
I'm little Bo Peep and I lost my sheep.
Little Bo Peep. A little Bo Peep, I lost all the sheep. A little Bo Peep, I lost all the sheep. A little Bo Peep, I lost all the sheep. A little Bo Peep, I lost all the sheep. Bye. A little Bo Peep, I lost all the sheep. A little Bo Peep, I lost all the sheep. A little Bo Peep, I lost all the sheep. A little Bo Peep, I lost all the sheep. A little Bo Peep, I lost all the sheep. Bye. A little Bo Peep, I lost all the sheep. A little Bo Peep, I lost all the sheep. A little Bo Peep, I lost all the sheep. A little Bo Peep, I lost all the sheep. A little Bo Peep, I lost all the sheep. Bye. A little Bo Peep, I lost all the sheep.
Sheep just ran.
Sweat.
Oh, yeah. Ooh.
Bye. Little Bo Peep, I lost all the sheep. Little Bo Peep, I found 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 all the sheep. Bye. Little Bo. Found all her sheep.
That's by request for listener Jim Lampley. That's the first of two for the Admirations on the Mercury record label, the flip side of The Bells of Rosarita, a song entitled Little Bo Peep from September of 1959. Let's move into 1960 now with this request for Timothy as we go back up to Chicago. This is on the Scarlet label. This is not an easy record to find. Another record that Greg Surik sold to me many years ago. This singer is 14 years old. His name is Tiny Tip, along with his group called the Tip Toops. Of course, they would have a later release on the Chess label, but this is their first release from May of 1960. By request for Timothy, Tiny Tip, and then parentheses, it says 14-year-old, and the Tip Toops on Scarlet Records. It's called I Said a Prayer for Timothy.
Down, 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 down.
I said because you're kind. I love thee and love you. Love me all night. My dear, and wish you were near to love me, my darling, and say you'll be fair. I say prayer, all night long. My dear darling, I said a prayer to only let you know that I really care. My dear, down on my knees, hoping and praying that you'll be mine.
I said a prayer,
my love, and wish you were there to love me, my darling, and say you'll be fair. I love thee and love you.
Wow, he really belts that out there. That's by request for Timothy, Tiny Tip, and the Tip Tops. It's on the Scarlet label. They're out of Chicago, May 1960. I Said a Prayer is the name of that tune. We got to say a prayer that the copyright police don't shut down Johnny G as we continue here in 1960. Another sound of the season. And this one here requested by listener Bill Obe. This group is out of Nashville, Tennessee. They had 4 releases on the Liberty record label. You may know one of the group's members. His name is, or was, I don't know if he's still alive, James Buzz Carson, a.k.a. Gary Miles. You may know his song from the movie Circus of Horrors. Did anybody ever see that movie? I think it was 1960 maybe, or 61. Circus of Horrors. There was a song called Look for a Star. Well, he was the singer on that. But this is their third of 4 on the Liberty record label. This standard, written by Irving Berlin, first done back in 1942 by Bing Crosby on the Decca record label. Let's move all the way up to November of 1960. We'll send it out to Bill Old. These are the Statues on the Liberty label, and their rendition of the tune White Christmas.
just like the ones I used
definitely a nice rendition of that tune there. Those are the Statues. The Statues from November 1960. It's on the Liberty record label, White Christmas, their version of White Christmas. And we'll send that one out to Bill Olb and also Charlene. You never request a record, but we'll send it out to you anyway. And, of course, Bill Olb also suggested that one there. Of course, Bill Olb will be a special guest on the R&B Serenade tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. Eastern Time till 5 p.m. on WRHU 88.7 FM. That is the Rhythm and Blues Serenade hosted by Frank Gingaro and Gordon Skagberg. You can listen to it on the internet at www.wrhu.org. You can check it out there. It will be Bill Olb's 26th annual that he's been doing that, and all new records. Only one record by the Ravens is a repeat that he does, I think, every year. And he will have a special gospel set, too. And, of course, the next weekend, December 17th, Frank and Gordon will be doing their holiday special on the Rhythm and Blues Serenade, again from 3 p.m. Eastern Time till 5 p.m. So tune in for the next 2 weeks on a Sunday from 3 to 5. Johnny G here on a Saturday, spinning original vinyl 45s. Up next, a request for listener Joe Shacatano, as we are in the year 1960. This singer, he's from Syracuse, New York. He previously was the lead singer of the Rhythm Cadets that recorded for the Vesta label back in 1957. In 1959, he has one release on the Stenter label, a really great record that he does that I like, called The Shrine of the Echoes. His real name, George Singleton, but he also recorded as Bibo Singleton, or he changed his name to Bibo Singleton. And this is one he does on the Vim label. Variety of Music is what Vim stands for. And this charted regionally. This was number 21 on WNDR out of Syracuse, New York. Going out to Joe Shacatano, May 1960. Bibo Singleton on Vim. It's called Dreams. Oh, did I get this right? Yes. Dreams, oh Dreams, for Joe.
Dreams, oh dreams, dreams, please come true. You're my only hope. All my faith is in you. Dreams, oh dreams, the magic you can do. Each night I dream she loves me too. When I awake at night, it leaves me so blue. But dreams conquer this loneliness and bring my lover in view. Oh dream, oh dream, imagine the way I feel. Tell her in some way I want her love for real. Dreams, dreams, dreams.
As by request for Joe Shacatano, that is Bibo Singleton. Bibo Singleton from May 1960. It's on the Vim record label. It's called Dreams, Oh Dreams is the name of that one. Let's move into 1961 with this request for Butch Ford, as I bought this record from Dave Antrell's brother, Kevin Autry. How do you pronounce that name? Atribus, that's what I think it is. Kevin, and he used to come to the record shows, and I used to head out to Allentown, Pennsylvania. Also met him a few times at Spence's house. He was a big stamp. I remember I was there. Spence said, "Johnny, come over for dinner," and he's a big Stanford Cardinal fan. There was a football game with Stanford and USC, I think, that we were watching together. But anyway, this is a request for Butch Ford. We head back to California, and Kevin Anthrobus. That's it. I wrote it down here. This is on the Loot label. I think Loot was who owned Loot Records? It wasn't Dore. It wasn't Dore. It was. I don't think it was. This is produced by Marshall Lieb. You know Marshall Lieb. Where's Fred Clemens when you need Fred Clemens? He's probably listening. So Fred, did you know that Marshall Lieb produced this song? Now, of course, Marshall Lieb was the other member of the. There was Phil Spector, and the other male member was Marshall Lieb. Well, he produced this song. And this is from June of 61. They're called the Monorails. The Monorails on the Loot label, going out to Butch Ford in Hawaii. It's called Come to Me, Darlin', for Butch.
Come to me, darling, never let me go. Come to me, darling, 'cause I love you so. Darling, and hold me in your arms, 'cause darling, my little darling, I love you so. You are my sweetheart till the end of time. You're my complete heart. Say you're mine, all mine. Come to me, darling, and hold me in your arms, 'cause darling, my little darling, I love you so.
That's going out to Butch Ford in Hawaii there. Nice sound by the Monorails. I lost my place. There you go. The Monorails. There you go. From June of 61. That's on the Loot label. Come to Me, Darling is the name of the tune. Let's continue in 61. Let's go to Wilmington, Delaware, to Vince Rago's Universal label. Actually, this is a flip side from last week. I played, what was it called last week? Bells in the Was it Bells in the Chapel? I don't see it here, Charlie. As you know, I have COVID brain fog, so I'm not going to remember like I used to. But this group out of Wilmington, Delaware, I think it was Bells in the Chapel, it was called, and it came out on the Universal label. It's by Lonnie and the Crisis. The flip side is an excellent Christmas song. I guess not that easy to find. A lot of people have it on Times Square. Or was it on Relic too? I'm not sure. I know it was on Times Square Records. But the group is called Lonnie and the Crisis, and the lead singer, his name was Alonzo Wise. So let's go to November of 61. Sound of the season here. Lonnie and the Crisis on Universal. The song is called Santa Town, USA.
Bow, 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 bow.
Boy, Lenny G getting all the bells tonight. There you go. Lots of bells for Lenny. That is Lonnie and the Crisis. That's with Alonzo Wise on lead. November 61, Santa Town, USA. It's on the Universal record label. We'll send it out to MBS Unlimited. Also, one of his favorite songs. That's very well. That's cool. If you have a copy of that, do you have a copy of that Universal 45? Because it's not that easy to find that record. But anyway, Lonnie also recorded with the Matadors. That recorded on the Chavis label back in 1965. Let's stay in 61. This is actually a flip side from last week. This girl group sound played a request for Ronnie Sherman by the Sweethearts called Don't Blame Your Troubles on the Moon. Came out on the Harris record label, group out of Philadelphia. But he also requested the flip side, which is an excellent ballad, and the side I really bought it for. But both sides are nice. I think I bought this from Barry Soltz a long, long time ago, 1961. The Sweethearts on the Harris label for listener Ronnie Sherman. It's called You'll All... I think that's the one, yes. You'll Always Know, the Sweethearts. This is for Ronnie Sherman.
You'll always know I care.
Girl group sounds here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That's going out to Ronnie Sherman there. I like that song, The Sweethearts, 1961. It's on the Harris label. You'll Always Know is the name of the tune. You'll always know when Johnny G is here if you subscribe and you click the bell to receive all notifications when Johnny G goes live, as we stay in 1961 with this request for listener Tom Shaughnessy for this artist. Originally from Palestine, Texas. He was born December 28th of 1938. His real name was Gene Thomason, but he recorded as Gene Thomas. Has many cool recordings on different labels. He would find success in 1967 as half of the duet Gene and Debbie. They had a song called Playboy that came out on the TRX label back then. But prior to that, he recorded for the Venus label. He had 5 releases on Venus Records out of Humboldt, Texas. And this was his first record, his debut single that first came out on Venus. Was a big #1 record regionally in Texas on several Texas stations, but it would be picked up later by United Artists for national distribution. That's why I'm playing it, because it's in a better shape. That's the only reason why. But this charted number 53 on Billboard. Unfortunately, though, that Gene died on August 12th of 2012 of lung cancer at the age of 73. But let's give a listen to his first song, going out to listener Tom Shaughnessy, June 61. Gene Thomas, originally on Venus. I'm featuring it on the United Artists label. The song is called Sometime.
Sometimes I cry when I'm lonely. Sometimes I cry when I'm blue. Right now I'm crying 'cause I love you. I'm crying 'cause you don't love me too. Come on and tell me if you love me. Won't you please answer yes or no? Tell me if I'm your one and only, so I can either stay or go. Tell me, my darling, if you love me. Tell me if you feel the same. Come on and tell me, my darling, if you love me, or if all the tears I shed were shed in vain. Darling, if you love me, tell me if you feel the same. Come on and tell me, my darling, if you love me, or if all the tears I shed were shed in vain.
There you go. That's for Tom Shaughnessy. Tom, that's for you. Gene Thomas, June 61, his debut single on the, originally on Venus. I played it on United Artists. Sometime is the name of the tune. As we start to wind down here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, and this is one more record in 1961. This is a request for listener Mnon. This gal, originally from Jacksonville, Florida, had some pretty cool records, especially when she was on George Goldner's Gone record label. But she has releases on El Dorado, Point, Cameo, and ABC Paramount records. And she used to be a regular on many of the Alan Freed rock and roll shows in New York City. I think he coined her as the blonde bombshell, I think, at least when she would show up on those Brooklyn Paramount shows when Alan Freed would have the shows down in New York City. I think Brooklyn Paramount, I don't know. But she had 7 releases on the ABC Paramount record label. This is her 4th, and this is a cover song. You know this song, originally done by the Teen Queens back in 1956, but this was a number 8 record on KTKT in Tucson, Arizona. This is a request for listener Amnon, June 61. Let's give a listen to Joanne Campbell. Joanne Campbell on ABC Paramount Records and her rendition of the Teen Queens tune called Eddie My Love for Amnon.
Eddie My Love, I love you so. I'm longing for you. You'll never know. Please, Eddie, don't make me wait too long. Wait too long. Eddie, please write me just one line. Say that your love is still only mine. Please, Eddie, don't make me wait too long. You left me last September. Return to me before long. But all I do is cry myself to sleep. Eddie, since you've been gone. Eddie, my love, I'm thinking back. The very next day might be my last. Please, Eddie, don't make me wait too long. Too long. I love you. I need you. I love you.
That's by request for Amnon. That's Joanne Campbell. Joanne Campbell, her 4th of 7 on ABC Paramount Records, June 1961. Her rendition of the Teen Queens tune, Eddie My Love. Got 1, 2, 3, 4 more 45s to go before we sign off here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We are in 1962 now with this request for listener Joe Shacatano. Now, Charlene, you didn't know... you didn't see anything about this Emotions group, possibly who they may be. So, this is on Frank Carey's Card label, which is out of New York City. And he wrote this tune. I think he was a member of this group, if I'm not mistaken. It's from 62. They're called the Emotions. Now, I don't know if this is the same Emotions that recorded, for... the 20th Century Fox label or the Cap label. No, that was the Echoes. I think the Emotions on 20th Century Fox. I don't think it's the same group, but it's from 62. It's on the Card label, and it's going out to Joe Shacatano. The Emotions with Do You Love Me? This is for Joe.
Stating that you love me, if that love is true. tell me you care. Am I your love? Just let me know you're all I love. You thrill me so. Say you always will love me too. Just hold me tight with all your might. I need you, dear. Promise you stay there. How do you love me? Won't you confess? Do you need me? Don't let me guess, darling. Say I'm the one for you.
There you go. That's going out to Joe Shacatano there, 1962, The Sound of the Emotions. Came out on the Card record label. Do You Love Me is the name of the tune. Let's continue here. Now, this is a request for listener Jimmy Amato. This is a flip side from last week. Actually requested both flip sides. It's very similar to last week playing the request for Paul Michel. He wanted to hear both versions back-to-back of Mother Nature as done by the Avalons, and then I think I played it by the Del Counts. So we're going to do the same thing for the flip side. Interestingly enough, that this song called Lone Stranger, both released in 1963 by each group. First, the Avalons out of Brooklyn, New York. Again, co-written by Al Brown, Bobby Alvarez on lead. So we're going to hear that first, and then I'm going to play right after it, for the comparison, the version as done by the Del Counts with Ronnie Bobo on lead from December of 63. That came out on the Rose label. So those will be the two in a row, and then I have a Christmas song and a big record to close the show with for Matey Campboy. Actually, the Christmas song is for Stephen Carmen. He's on vacation in Hawaii. But let's give a listen to the Avalons first, and then the Del Counts version of this song called Lone Stranger, both from 1963.
The Lone Stranger rides again.
La 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 bang bang whoa bang. Well, I know that you watch the Lone Stranger show. He's the best on the rodeo when his guns go bang.
I help a liver.
Get him up, Scott. Lone stranger rides again.
Boogity, 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 boogity.
La 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 bang, bang, whoa, bang. Well, I know that you must know stranger sure. He's the best on the video. The way he talks, bang, whoa, bang. Well, I know that you must know stranger sure. He's the best on the video. The way he talks, bang, whoa, bang. Oh, he and Don love their friend, right their friend. Oh, when trouble comes their way, they go. That's the Lone Stranger Show on your video. Well, now the Lone Stranger rides up,
There you go. Those are for Jimmy Amato. Both renditions there for the first by the Valentines. Both had Al Brown involvement, of course. That one there, the first one, Lone Stranger on Al John Records from '63. That featured Bobby Alvarez on lead. Then you just heard the Del Counts version from December '63 on the Rose label. Again, Al Brown and his orchestra. He wrote the song Lone Stranger there with going out to Jimmy Amato on lead. With Jimmy Amato, for Jimmy Amato. There you go, Jimmy. Two more 45s to go before we sign off here. Here is the sound of the season for Stephen Cargman. This group is out of Massachusetts. It's their first of two that came out on the Demand label. This record was picked up by Dot Records, which is interesting for national distribution. But this comes on cool-looking green vinyl and a picture sleeve, which I don't have, unfortunately. But it's a cool Christmas song going out to Stephen Cargman, vacationing in I was going to say Florida. How about Hawaii, Johnny? There you go, December 63, the Uniques on Demand Records. It's called Merry Christmas, Darling, parentheses, and a Happy New Year, too. This is for Stephen.
Merry Christmas, darling, and a Happy New Year too. I am so happy just being here with you. Your present I will cherish, the wonderful gift of you. Moonlight is shining, snow is falling down. Here we are together, true love we have found. Darling, let's make a resolution, not for just a new year, but for a lifetime. Let's always be together, come what might. And darling, let's stay together, always, as we are tonight. Merry
That's going out to Stephen Cargman out of Arizona, originally out of Arizona there. That's a great request, Stephen. Thank you for that. December 63, those are the Uniques. Uniques on Demand, a group out of Massachusetts. Merry Christmas, Darling, and a Happy New Year, too. They do a record I like they do is called Times Change. That's a good one they do. But anyway, that's going to do it for Johnny G and the Vinyl Treasure Show. I want to thank you for joining Johnny G, listening to these cool 45s out of my collection. If you want to get in touch with me, send me an email at vinyltreasures@aol.com. That's the email to use for all your requests and all correspondence. Just get them to me sometime during the week. I can take them a Friday. I can take them Saturday. It's got to be early morning because I got to go look for the records. And it's difficult, not when you got 190,000 45s all over the place. It's and I didn't put any of them back. I need little elves here to help me file these records. I do, but it's a labor of love for your host, Johnny G. So thank you all for all your requests and all for being here and listening to the show and listening to my babble and my cough. I don't know where this cough came from all of a sudden. I don't know. Maybe I need like a hot drink. But anyway, thank you all for tuning in this evening. And I will be back next Saturday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 9 to midnight. And we'll be doing the overtime here. Look, it's really late here. So, but Thursday, well, actually Wednesday, the Wednesday show will be the soul show. That's from 9 to 12. So if you like soul music, tune into that show. Then the very next day at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I'll be continuing with this cool countdown from 1957. And amazingly, I'm going to complete. I really went through it really quick. I have every record on this survey, so I might as well play them. And some I've never played before, so you're going to hear stuff that you never heard before. And I started at number 621 or something. So I have them pulled out already for Thursday, so we'll continue with that. I go till about 3:30 or so from 1 in the afternoon Eastern Time. And then I'll be back here on Saturday again with more of your requests. So send them to me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. We're going to close the show tonight with a very rare 45. Actually, this record came out probably 4 or 5 years too late. It's for Matey Campboy. Matey Campboy requested this out of California. The group is from the Lincoln Heights section of Los Angeles. And like I said, it's a travesty that this song was not released. I mean, I guess we can say it's a travesty. This song was released during the British invasion. Okay? This record released in August of 64. Are you kidding me? And there was no chance, 0 chance for this record to becoming a hit. The record produced by Cliff Goldsmith, of course, who had lots of success with those novelty records with the Olympics that recorded for Arvey. But the lead singer on this, his name is James Hubbard, and this is requested by Matey Campboy. Now, this group would have one more release on the Score label as Mr. Zulu and the Warriors, which I have that record. That is their very next record, which is more of a soulful song. But our closer tonight is for Matey Campboy from August 64. They're called The Showcases. It's on the Galaxy label. It's called This Love Was Real. Well, this show was real with all the mistakes. So thank you all for tuning in. I want everybody to have a safe and happy week. If you missed any of the program, it'll be on YouTube momentarily. And if not, if they block it, if the copyright police block it, you always have to go to vinyltreasures.net. You can at least hear the show, but you won't be able to see anything. So anyway, well, thank you, Charlene, again for all your help. Thank you all for tuning in tonight. I'll see you next time right here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Just want to say, everybody, so long. This is for Matey.
This love, this love was real.
my love that was dear to me. And I know, yes I know, love you. This love was real. This love was real. This love, yes, it was this love that was so wonderful that no one in this world could come and share the happiness. And as I look at the heavens up above, I still could see that love that was dear to me, because heavens were open. I can see the vision of my love that was